Hello, welcome to the original Until Dawn. Phase 3 of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary is a sound only playthrough. So, just a heads up, there's going to be loud sounds, there's no music, there's no dialogue. If there is any music and there is any dialogue, it just means that the game has been programmed to have music in certain sections and stuff. But it's purely just the sound effects on their own. We're going to basically pay tribute to the sound designers who work on games like this, and part of what actually makes the game's atmosphere. Music definitely does a whole lot as well, but there's also a lot of things that sound effects and sound effect work actually does too. Hello there, Alex. How's things going? So this is the original version by Supermassive Games, not the remake. Blue Moon Studios worked on that. And as an aside too, the music in this original game is actually done by Jason Graves, whereas the remake has a completely different score done by a completely different composer. Um, so it's sound effects only. The dialogue and music is muted. Subtitles are also turned off. I was sort of like debating whether to have the subtitles on or off, but considering there's no point in seeing what the characters are saying without the dialogue, I thought it'd be better off to just keep it purely with the sound. So showcasing the environmental sounds, but also the ambience of the atmosphere as well. So the audio director was Barney Pratt. The production sound mixer was Julian Beeston. The Foley artist was Peter Burgis, and Foley mixer was Glen Gathard. Alex, going okay? You may or may not have stayed up way too late and drank too much with your friend. Hey, as long as you had a great time, that's the main thing. I'm going well as well, thanks, Alex. I was really chomping at the bit to do another playthrough of Until Dawn, and I didn't want to wait until later in the year because I just felt like playing this game. And the more I thought about it, it's like I still will keep the scheduled stuff, but I also want to have some stuff that's fast and loose. So if it's just a stream of DLC and I finish it in one stream, so be it. If it's a game that can be done in one stream and I finish it, so be it. If it's a game that basically has, heaps of parts to it and it might take a few streams, so be it. So I'm changing things up a bit this year by having some spontaneity with playthroughs and stuff. So as such, there's no schedule for this. There's no locked in days or whatnot. It'll just basically be whatever days I feel like streaming it before the scheduled stream. Hey there, Schiller. A cheeky early road stream. Absolutely. Another one. I'm doing well, thank you, dude. Things are good. How about yourself? Alex, that is true. Glad to hear you're doing well too. Thank you very much, Alex. Yeah, it's been a good day today. Hey there, Lone. How's things? Welcome on in. Hope your day's going good. So I've put sound warning because I've got the sound effects turned up to full, and there might be some jump scare sounds and all that kind of stuff. So if anyone's wearing headphones, probably best to turn your volume down a little bit. Sheila, you're good. You got some side questing done in Witcher 3. Only 4 achievements to go, so you'll probably finish it this week. Very nice, Sheila. That's good progress as well. That's really good too, that you've gotten up to the Blood and Wine DLC as well. Lone, trying to spoil people's stream streak by sneaking extra streams in. The way I always look at it is the stream streaks are appreciated, but they could also be a shackle for the streamer where it's like the streamer's not allowed to do streams when they feel like it, that they have to stick to their rigid schedule, and that if they feel like doing something else, then they're not allowed to because it might, ruin stream streaks and all that kind of stuff. And it's a two-way street as well. Like, I understand that not everyone's going to be able to maintain their stream streak. Not everyone's going to be able to drop everything, especially if there's emergency situations and they need to spend all their time, dealing with that as well. And the other way around too, like there might be times when I decide to take a stream day off or I decide to go away for a week and not stream. And if that was the case, I definitely wouldn't be just doing hollow streams just to allow stream streaks to continue. Like I wouldn't just load up a stream of just a black screen or just an image and then leave it on there for, like an hour or two or whatnot. So it's one of those things where it's appreciated, but it's definitely not going to be something that I'm gonna just, not go with what I'm feeling like with certain games as well. Because trying to just stick to the schedule stuff, while it is good, at the same time it can be kind of restricting as well. And this way, I can sort of like get a bit more variety of different stream times and stuff as well. Lone, yeah, you're good. You got some good stuff done on Arc Raiders. Well, that's really good as well. That's a good idea too as well, to do some more stuff in Arc Raiders. You liked them until you started losing them in streams you've been in, and that's totally fair, Lone, as well. Like it's a great thing to have, but I feel like there's also a double-edged sword to it, and this isn't the first time I've talked about this either, but I just like to make people know that as much as the stream streaks are appreciated, I don't expect the person to be able to catch every stream, and I don't expect to stream every day of my life to be able to keep stream streaks going as well. So what we're going to do first is just do some basic stuff like menu sounds and all that kind of stuff. I did a test off stream, and there's some sounds for things like when you don't move the character straight away, and an icon appears on the screen to tell you to move. Also, early on with the tutorials, whenever something pops up, there's always a little bit of a sound as well. And so that's something that will be part of the soundscape. Obviously, I can't turn off individual sound effects and only focus on just like wind sound effects and then focus on like doors creaking and all that kind of stuff. And unlike my music tribute playthrough, it's not going to necessarily be try and wait until the sound effects start to loop. I'm just basically gonna let the sound of the scene breathe a little by not, doing too much stuff. And I've also got to keep an eye on what surfaces the characters start to go on, so I can kind of get a little bit of the sound design in there. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to do multiple passes like I did with the music tribute playthrough. So I don't know if I'm going to do like passes where I just focus on failing all the QTEs and then do one where I get all the QTEs. I might actually try and do two passes, one where the characters don't die and then one where the characters do die. But I'll just play that by ear as well, so to speak. And so the first thing I'm going to do to begin things is just basically go through some of the menu stuff. Okay, so that's just some basic sound effects for menus and all that kind of stuff as well. So now we're going to actually start the playthrough. And also, just a reminder, there's no dialogue and no music, and also no subtitles as well. So this is purely just to pay tribute to the sound design. Hey Lucinda, thank you very, very much for the 54 months of subscribing in a row. That is amazing. Appreciate that. I hope things are going well. How was your stream of Resident Evil 4 OG? Did you end up finishing the playthrough? Mr. Gote, 33 stream streak, but you can't share it yet. That is totally fair, Mr. Gote. Thank you for the 33 stream streak. Appreciate that. How's things going? Listen, you didn't. You still have about 4 more sub-chapters to go, but you'll be doing an afternoon stream of it on Tuesday to finish it off. Oh, very nice. Well, that's good then. That'll be good timing as well for Requiem. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going today, dude? Mr. Gotate's got 33 out of 35. Good, you're sad all these video games are coming out. You can only get one, and it's like rest of your paycheck into yen. That's fair enough too, as well. Yeah, it's sort of like, you got to pick and choose and sort of have to wait a bit longer for certain games, maybe. Oh, very good, Ryu. Glad to hear that you're going well and you're recovering. That's really good. I hope that you're 100% soon. Mr. Gotate's hard because both Neo 3 and Resident Evil 9 are coming out this month. It's kind of like, which do you like, your left hand or your right hand? Hello there, Anmita. It's going well, thank you, dude. How about yourself? Mr. Gote, for fun you downloaded Neo 1 and got Resident Evil 9 in the bag, for sure with your B-Day paycheck paycheck Saturday. Very nice, dude. That's good to get that sorted ahead of time. Yeah, and Mita, so doing a sound tribute basically this time around. I did the music only one last time, so I wanted to do something that was also audio, but something I've never done before with a game to just have the sound effects on. Cheers in Mita, thank you, dude. It's going well. You're about to sleep, but saw that I went live, so you dropped by to say hi. Oh, thank you very much, Enmita, for that. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, and I hope that you get some really good sleep as well. Hope you had a good one. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Amita's channel. He's doing a playthrough of Elder Scrolls Online. He's also got Horizon Forbidden West as one of the games that he's doing as well. In Mita, it was a chill Sunday, played some Ghost of Tsushima, then some Tomb Raider 2013 with Sheila and Lone. Oh, very good. That's cool. Yeah, that's a good game, that one. But that's great that you had a great Sunday, that you had a chill one. Oh, yeah, dude, that's definitely no worries at all for the shout out either. No worries, dude. Thank you very much, in Mitra. I definitely will have a great stream. Catch you later, dude. Hope you get some good rest. Lone, you never played Tomb Raider 2013 before. You just stood there and let them both kill you 20 times each for them to get the achievements. Yeah, those multiplayer achievements. I mean, it's good though that you're able to, sort that out as well. They'll definitely help a lot. But yeah, I think it was well, it wasn't the first Tomb Raider game that had like co-op and multiplayer, but it was the first mainline entry that actually had multiplayer. There was the two Lara Croft games, Lara Croft and the I always mix the two up. Oh yeah, Lara Croft and the Guardian of Light, and Lara Croft and the Tomb of Osiris. Is the Temple of Osiris? That's it. Temple of Osiris. Those were top-down isometric games that you could do co-op or multiplayer. Lone, you managed to get 7 achievements while helping them, and you've not even loaded the main storyline. That's very nice. Yeah. Yeah. If you ever do play it, it'd be interesting to see what you think about that one. It's just a prank, Han. Exactly, Sheila. That's all it is. Come on, Han. It's just a prank. That's all it is. Just something simple. Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. It's so funny, without the dialogue, seeing the characters just mouthing all this stuff, and because I don't have the subtitles on, can't even see what they're saying. So for all we know, the psychiatrist could be like saying all this, gobbledygook and all that kind of stuff. This part usually has music, of course, the great O Death, which in the remake is completely taken out. Hello there, Shaky. Nice edit of the Jensen emote. Looks like he's deep in thought. Thank you very much as well for the 125 stream streak. That is amazing. Thank you very, very much. You're going to watch Until Dawn. Very nice, Shaky. In this game, they do actually say Until Dawn a couple of times too. Thanks for putting the sound command in, Shaky. So that's what we're doing this time around. I haven't got it in the title, but this is Phase 3 of celebrating its 10th anniversary. Phase 1 was getting all the collectibles. Phase 2 was doing a music tribute. And so I thought that I'd do a sound tribute this time around. This is actually the first game I'm ever doing a sound tribute with as well. I've done heaps with music only, but this is the first one I'm going to do with just the sound effects on. Shaky, interesting. Going to be squelchy. That is true. Yeah, got a lot of squelchy. Going to be a lot of like screeching and also a lot of doors slamming shut and creaking sounds and all that kind of stuff. And just like with movies, it's very easy to not basically pay too much attention to all the sound effects that you hear. But when you get like games and movies, the sounds, like there's a lot of work done in that alone, just on its own, sourcing the sounds. I mean, sometimes movies and games will just use like sound effects that are stock, but then there's also movies and games where they'll actually go and record their own sounds for their own specifications and all that kind of stuff, and even things down to the rustling of someone's clothes, their footsteps. But I think it's also a good examination of where they don't put sounds. Like it might feel like you have to put sounds for absolutely every single movement. So if you look at the characters' faces, like obviously, unless she's smacking her lips or doing something like that, there's, there's no need to have any sound effect. You know, just like if someone is just standing still. I mean, if they're sort of like messing with their hands and making those sounds, then you would, of course. But there's some things that they don't put sound effects to as well, especially when characters are just basically standing still. There's no need to put like, extravagant sounds on them, but anything else in the environment, of course, and all that kind of stuff. Shaky, you don't know. Standing still, imagine the nervous shuffling sounds we've missed out on. That is true, yeah, especially if people fidget with their clothing, and their clothing is of a certain fabric that has a lot of, like, sound and stuff. But also if someone, like, sort of like bites their lip, I guess, maybe. Although not necessarily, unless they really bit it, and then they're like, ouch, or something like that. But also too, like there's a lot of sounds that are tied to the dialogue because it's sounds coming out of a character's mouth, like pain or a laugh or screaming, things like that. So that's an element that isn't part of the sound of the actual mixing when you have the sound effects only on. And it's something that happens with games in with music as well. Like you might have just the music on, but there might be some bits of music that aren't actually the music that's been laid over the top. It might be music that's coming from a radio in the game itself. I think it's called diegetic music, when it's music that the character themselves in their world is actually hearing versus the music that we, as the player or the audience, are hearing. I'm going to throw a little shade at the remake here. In the remake, they turned these into like a mini game. You had to like pick it up, then you had to like solve a puzzle, then you had to move things around. I'm like, no, 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 no. Simple is more effective. Plus, is nice and quick. Shaky, Diegetic, that book by L. Ron Hubbard. Joking. I didn't even realize he wrote a book called that. I don't really know too much about him, except, of course, the fact that he's the creator of Scientology. I guess in many ways, like you could view Scientology the same way as like Jedi's and Sith, where it's all fictional, but someone, some people take it like a serious religion. Shaky, his book was Dianetics. Oh, was it Dianetics? Yeah, I haven't actually read any of his stuff either. I also know that what was it, Battle something with John Travolta and all that was actually based on his book or something. Just a fun play on words. I got you, Shaky. Yeah, so he didn't have a book called Diegetic, but Dianetic. That's it, Shaky. Yeah, Battlefield Earth. Hey Sancho, welcome on in. How many times have I played this game? I've probably played it probably 5 or 6 times, I think maybe. Although technically there was a playthrough where I did a few passes through the game. Not all from the start, but there was at least one I did from the start because I was doing a music tribute playthrough and I wanted to check out music from other outcomes and different locations and stuff as well. So I restarted the game. So it's probably closer to maybe 7 or 8 times now, maybe. But I never played the original when it came out. This is the original, of course, but I didn't actually play it for the first time until 2020. Shaky, you know, we have until dawn. When do we get from dusk? Another wordplay joke. From dusk till dawn. That's such a great movie, that one. I like how it starts off as just like, these two brothers that are criminals on the run, and then it turns into a vampire bloodbath. Such a great twist, great combination of genres as well. And there's so many classic moments in that movie. It's definitely one of my favorite vampire movies. And this year, I think it celebrates what is it its 30th? No, 40th. Or is it 30th? Because it was 1996 when it came out. Yeah, 30th. Cheech is great. Yeah, he really is. It's so cool that he plays multiple characters as well. What were they, psychos? Love his character at the end. Sancho, it's a fun one, isn't it? You never played it, but you love watching people play it. It really is, Sancho. I really like the story and I like the atmosphere in this game. And I really do like games where you can make choices and then get multiple endings like these games are. And I'm also a big fan of Supermassive's Dark Pictures series. And I also like The Quarry as well. Also, another game I really liked that's not by them, but I really enjoyed was Detroit Become Human. The first time I saw this game, someone was streaming it, and I chanced that they were actually right at the start. So I got to see the intro, but I knew after that I didn't need to see any more. I knew that I was going to play the game eventually. However, that eventually took about 5 years until I was able to get my hands on a PS4 and then give it a playthrough. Hey there, Barnes. G'day. The seas are rough tonight. Oh, they are? Oh, really? Well, I hope it goes well, though, Barnes, and I hope you've been enjoying your holiday. Hope it's been going well. Barnes, you visited the Panama Canal today, now sailing to visit Cartagena, Colombia tomorrow. Oh, very nice. That's cool. I've definitely heard of the Panama Canal, but I've never actually been there. That's cool that you're sailing as well. How's the waters and everything? Sheila, you headed off to bed. It's 3:16 a.m. for you, and you have to work tomorrow morning. Have a good stream and a good day. Catch you in your regular stream later, probably. No trouble at all, Sheila. I really hope you get some good sleep, dude. I don't blame you as well, being that early. Thank you very much for joining the stream. Would like to highly recommend people check out Sheila Lock's channel. He's doing a playthrough of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. He's doing an all achievements playthrough. He's also playing it on the hardest difficulty, which is Death March. He's also a fan of Supermassive Games' Dark Pictures series, and last year he played the remake of Until Dawn. So he's a big fan of those games and also a fan of Dead by Daylight and also Assassin's Creed. No problem at all, Sheila, for the shout out, dude. No worries, and I'll catch you at some point in my other stream of Assassin's Creed Syndicate today later. Have a good one, dude. That's right, Barnes. Yeah, just the sound effects. The second phase of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary was music only tribute. So I just had the music on and sound effects off and dialogue off. And so this time around, I wanted to focus on the sound design. It's actually the first time I'm doing a playthrough with just the sound effects on. I've done heaps of music only playthroughs with different games, but never a sound only one before. So I thought this would be a good game as a first time doing that kind of approach. It's interesting there too with the shooting. That last part there, whether you shoot or not the thing hanging, or you shoot the squirrel, or you don't shoot anything. Um, this time around, I've gone with not shooting the squirrel, but I might do another pass through and choose the other the next time around, where we actually do shoot the squirrel, unfortunately. If you do shoot the squirrel, Sam will actually get attacked by a bird on her forehead, and it'll cause an injury that later on, when she's running from the psycho, and you get to the point in the chase where she gets to the final part, if you manage to, that is. If you manage to get to the final part of that chase, there won't be a prompt for you to turn the flashlight on that Sam has. Therefore, she'll get captured by the psycho because the injury on her forehead gets opened up again and it messes with her, thinking. And so you can't actually put the flashlight on. However, if you don't shoot the squirrel and then you get chased by the psycho and you get through all that, then in the final part, you'll get the prompt to use the flashlight and then you'll be able to press the button to use it as well. So actually, no, I think you don't want to use it, but yeah. So you're forced to use it if she gets injured, but you're not forced to use it if you. No, it's turning it off. Sorry, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot. You have to turn it off. That's the trick. If you don't, if you shoot the squirrel, if you shoot the squirrel and Sam gets injured, and then later on you get to the final point in the chase, there won't be the prompt to turn the flashlight off. But if you don't shoot the squirrel and you get to that final part in the chase as Sam, then you'll get the option to turn it off. There we go. Barnes, no subtitles, you get lost. That's true too, yeah. I thought I would put the subtitles set to off. I was going to put them on, but then I thought I'll just leave them off to sort of like declutter the screen, text-wise and stuff. There'll still be pop-ups, of course. You can't stop them from turning up. Sancho, interesting that you did nothing. Yeah, yeah. And that's the other thing too, like they don't necessarily punish you either for missing as well. Like one of those other ones, you could just not do anything, but the game will want you to shoot at least one of the things. Thanks for doing that, Ryu. Oh, nice. Image of a movie theater lobby. You also added some posters for upcoming movies this year. Super Mario Galaxy movie, Michael Mortal Kombat 2, your version, and Master of the Universe. It's so crazy too with that because that movie has been in development for a very long time. Very nice for you. Oh, the Masters of the Universe one, Ryu. Yeah, that one's been in development hell for a very, very long time. Then, of course, you have the original sequel, which ended up becoming the Cyborg movie in terms of like, the sets and everything that they built. But they couldn't do the movie, so they had to use it somehow. So they used it for that Van Damme Cyborg movie. Yeah, Ryu. Yeah. So it's been a long, long time. Exactly. Yeah, Jean-Claude Van Damme in Cyborg. Yeah. I actually don't mind that one too much. It's definitely cheesy, of course, but I mean, he's got a lot of cheesy movies that are still pretty good. But I wouldn't rate it as high as something like Hard Target. Like for me, that's one of his best so bad it's good movies. I mean, it's not necessarily so bad it's good, but it's definitely very, very cheesy. But it's got a lot of great visual style as well. You've got some good actors with Lance Henriksen and Arnold Vosloo. Randall, Randall, Randall. The original Master of the Universe movie was cheesy too, but it was also a guilty pleasure. Exactly, Ryu. Yeah, yeah. As a kid, though, watching that, like I never knew that there was a big deal about it being set on Earth as well for the majority of the movie and stuff like that. Frank Langella was the highlight of Skeletor. Yeah, yeah, you could tell he was still having fun. He knew that the movie wasn't going to be like, Shakespeare or going to be that great, but he still had fun doing it. And there's definitely other actors that have done that too, like Raul Julia with Street Fighter. And then you've also got, I feel like Michael Ironside as Katana in Highlander 2. Even though it's a terrible movie and he probably knew it, he still gives the role his all. And I think it's a very, very sort of like eccentric villain as well. He's got the sort of like sinister and sadistic side that the Kurgan has, but he's also got a very humorous side as well. Ryu Kurgan also had a bit of a humorous side to him too, but definitely not to the same extent as Katana. That is true as well, you know, like that bit where he's in the church. It's better to burn out than to fade away. And the sort of things he does with his tongue when the nurses, not the nurses, when the nuns are walking past, and all that kind of stuff. And then there's that part with the vehicle as well, where he's going crazy and he's stolen the car and the person's inside with him and he's driving recklessly. Lone Alec Guinness didn't think Star Wars was going to be much, so he just asked for a percentage of the earnings, thinking he would get about 100,000. He ended up getting about 95 million. Yeah, that's the other thing too, as well. And it's understandable because, you have certain actors that did certain roles and they did certain kinds of movies that were really, really highly regarded as well. And so doing a movie like Star Wars, something that did have a bit of a troubled development. And I remember listening to the audio commentary for the movie Jabberwocky, directed by Terry Gilliam. And some of the crew that were working on Star Wars were also working on his movie. And I think there was a lot of, making fun of what was going on the Star Wars set, like making fun of the story and all that kind of stuff. And they really just thought it was just going to be some silly, you know, I mean, obviously Jabberwocky is a silly movie, but I mean, they thought that Star Wars was just going to be like a silly little sci-fi kind of movie that would, do poorly as well, like a B grade kind of thing. But of course, history didn't see it that way. Sona, thank you very, very much for the 21 months in a row of subscribing. Thank you. I really do appreciate that a lot. Thank you so, so much. How's things going for you today? So it's either the Joker or the Scarecrow. I'm just choosing all the left side options this time around. Sona, you're doing well, just a lazy Sunday. How about you? Very nice. That's good to hear, Sona. It's always good to have a lazy day where you can. As for me, I'm doing really, really well. I was been wanting to do this playthrough for probably a few weeks now, and I was like, the anniversary of the 10th period actually finishes in August, because in August it celebrates its 11th anniversary. So I thought I would do this playthrough now, but I'm going to do it as a floating game where it's not going to be dedicated days to it. It's just going to be when I feel like doing it. And that way I can keep the scheduled games that I've got, which is currently Red Dead Redemption 2 and Assassin's Creed Syndicate. But I can also sneak in playthroughs like this so I can make sure that I'm getting certain playthroughs done by a certain deadline, for example. Or if I feel like just doing a DLC on its own, I might do an early stream of just that, or if it's a short game and I want to do it in one stream, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm doing well today, having a good one. what's good about letting the camera go into a close-up of a character is that if there's any sounds that are kind of a little bit drowned out from other sound effects, if I can get the character close enough and have them face the camera and then not have any prompt on the screen and not have any foreground obstruction, then when it goes into close-up, it'll make the sound that I'm trying to get louder to be a little bit louder. So that wind chime, I was trying to get a little bit of a louder variation of that. Mr. Gote until dawn, but it's Arnie as everyone. Yeah, just dub the entire game with everyone being Arnie. Mr. Gote, Arnold in Schwarzenegger, Dawn. That is true, yeah. They turn it into like an action movie with cheesy one-liners and everything. Mr. Gote, if you marketed your Arnie voice right, you could be partner overnight, you swear. I mean, it's very tricky though with that kind of stuff because, like, if you're doing an impression and you're using someone else's voice and you're making money off of it versus you're just doing it for fun and it's just like a channel point redeem and there's no actual like money exchange going on. It's just basically the point system on Twitch where doing certain things will get you certain channel points that can't be exchanged for money or anything like that as well. But that would be where it gets really, really tricky as well. So you'd probably have to get permission from the person who actually is the one that you're doing the impression of, if you're going to get paid for doing it, that is, of course. Ryu, previously on X-Men, you mean Until Dawn? Exactly, Ryu, yeah. I remember the first time I played this game, I made sure that I did a different sort of voice for the previously on Until Dawn. Previously on Until Dawn. Mr. Gote, I know, but a guy can dream, right? Yeah. I mean, it'd be the same too, like, you could get into all sorts of trouble if you tried to pretend to be the actor or the person and ring up like a bank to try and open an account and you were, impersonating them and stuff as well. So there's definitely using someone's voice, even if you're doing just an impression, versus recording their voice and then, using it. Josh, get out of the way, you idiot. What are you doing? Come on.
A sleepover. Can we order pizza?
Very nice view. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. The quote from Josh in this game is so funny. A sleepover. Can we order pizza? Just the way he says it and just in the context is just so funny. Thanks for redeeming that, dude. Okay, so I'm going to take this opportunity now to cover sound effects that are in the menus for particular collectibles. Just to go are you Sarah Connor? Come with me if you want to open up a bank account here. It's like, certainly, we don't need to actually get your details, like your specifics or anything like that, which you wouldn't actually know, unless you're the actual person. Ryu, now it goes without saying, this is Jump Scare the video game. It definitely is, and especially so in this playthrough without any dialogue and music, it's purely just jump scare sound effects. Although, if it's a jump scare from someone's voice making a vocalization, it won't actually come through on this playthrough because that's tied to dialogue track instead of the sound effect track. Although, just like in that, we actually heard a scream, so it's not all just tied to the dialogue audio. There's definitely been some jump scares that characters have done, like Matt earlier on Ashley, where I think he does make a vocalization. Be right back. Alright, something I just realized is that with each totem having, of course, different premonitions of what could happen, in those premonitions, there's not the same sound used for every single one. And so I need to make sure that I'm actually collecting all the totems. However, we've already missed one that cannot be gotten. However, that's okay this early because I can get that at another point because as I've been playing this, I've decided that I will do two passes through at the very least. I may decide to do the third one at a later point, but basically for this first pass through, I'm going to try and make sure that I get all the totems that are in the game so you can get the sounds from each individual premonition that the totems possess. Ryu, she screamed like a bitch. You should do it like this. Yeah. Classic. Hello there, AC. Thank you for leaving the lurk, dude. I hope that things are going well for you today. Hope you had some good luck as well with the house hunting. Ryu, this game is also the perfect opportunity to blast Shimmy by System of a Down. Oh yeah. I mean, there are some sections where characters do shimmy across edges. Mr. Gote, did you watch the movie to this, Rod? I didn't. No, I already know what happens in it too, as well. Let's just say the way that they tie it to the remake, not the original, the remake, because the remake is owned by Sony and was done by a different studio. Supermassive had nothing to do with the remake. Um, Sony decided to make the movie canon with the remake of the game, and by extension made some changes to the game's story to reflect the movie, which I feel are poor decisions that really undermine the original game story. Ooh, this ambience music sounds like the score to T2. You totally forgot there was an Until Dawn movie. Yeah, I mean, as a horror movie on its own, it might be a good one as well. But as a movie that ties itself to the remake of Until Dawn and tries to create a new sub element to the Wendigo, which isn't in the original movie, sorry, the original game, it's like, yeah. The idea I had for an Until Dawn movie would be to take advantage of the fact that in the Until Dawn game, Josh's parents are actually horror movie makers. They make horror movies. So my idea for an Until Dawn movie would be that it's one of the Washington movies that you're watching, and then at the end of the movie, after the credits roll, the camera would pull back and show that it's Josh and his father and everyone watching the movie before it gets released to the public, and have that happen before the events of the game. And boom, end. That's how I would have done the Until Dawn movie. Make the movie that you're watching be a completely original horror story that is done by the filmmakers, Josh's family. Mr. Gote, you still need to watch it one of these days. Yeah, I'll probably watch it eventually though, as well. But that's a good point to Ryu about the ambience music. Like Terminator 2, if you listen to the soundtrack to Terminator 2, there's definitely a lot of like industrial kind of sounds and stuff tied into it. In a way, some of the sounds that you're hearing now could be sped up a bit, and that would match a little bit of what we hear in Terminator 2, especially when it comes to like the scene in Terminator 2 where it's the T-1000 and he's basically run that big spike through the T-800 when he's being stuck in that gear, that big giant gear as well. Ryu, also the scene where Arnold and the T-1000 first cross paths. That is true, yeah. That's a really great moment too, as well. And how you got John Connor who's kind of in between them, and the T-800 is like get down, and then such a great scene that. Ryu, amazing to think that Terminator 2 in the arcade game by Midway is what led Lawrence Kasanoff producing the first Mortal Kombat movie in 1995, because the folks at Midway showed him the first Mortal Kombat game and he immediately saw the potential in the franchise. Oh yeah, I mean, he can't be blamed for that because there definitely was, I think, immediate potential in Mortal Kombat becoming a movie eventually as well. I think you've got like a really interesting cast of characters, and you've got the whole thing about the martial arts, but also tied to magic and mysticism and all that kind of stuff as well. And it's no wonder that I would go on to become a big fan of John Carpenter's Big Trouble in Little China, considering, and you know this, Ryu, I've already told this story to you, but when I was playing Mortal Kombat, the Super Nintendo version actually, in my bedroom, I was probably about, I don't know, would have been about 9 years old, maybe 9 going on 10, because the game might have been out for a bit at that point. But anyway, I was playing the game and I was playing as Scorpion, and where my parents were in the living room, I could hear a movie going, and there was a lot of like commotion in it. And so I paused the game and I walked out, and what do I see on the screen? 3 of the villains wearing big, giant, round straw hats. Very similar to Raiden in Mortal Kombat. And it was just one of those moments where, like, looking back, it was kind of like a little bit fated, but not necessarily true, But anyway, when I saw that scene, I was like, what is this? So I watched the rest of the movie. It was on television being aired. And then after the movie was finished, the next day I went to the video store and rented out the movie again. And my parents were like, you just watched that movie last night. Why'd you rent it for? And I said, well, I didn't see it from the start. And so that's when that movie became my favorite. That first movie was made at the perfect time too. Granted, we would have had to wait years to get an R-rated Mortal Kombat movie with the blood and gore, but 95 had the benefit of the franchise being at such a cultural apex. Exactly, Ryu, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the first Mortal Kombat movie does have gore in it, and it does have fatalities in it. It's just that the gore is not extreme, over-the-top, into splatstick, like movies like Brain Dead, or Dead Alive, by Peter Jackson, as it's called in other places. And what you get is an adaptation that focuses way more on the atmosphere and the characters as well. And even though Shang Tsung isn't how he looks in the first Mortal Kombat game and all that kind of stuff, Cary Hiroyuki Tagawa, rest in peace, he did such a great job as that character as well, bringing him to life. Lone Star, you love Big Trouble in Little China. Oh, nice, dude. You're a fan as well? Cool. Yeah. What I love about it too is that Jack Burton is a character that thinks himself the hero, and he's got all the bravado and all that kind of stuff. But when all the sort of like mystical stuff starts to happen, all the magic and people flying around on wires, cutting everybody to shreds, as he just stands there waiting for me to drive my truck straight through him with light coming out of his mouth. All those sorts of things as well. And then there's the swap, where he becomes the sidekick and his friend becomes the hero, because his friend knows all the stuff about all the magical stuff going on, and he's very out of his depth. And you have like a lot of moments where Jack is being inept, like when he tries to get his get his knife out of his boot, and when he finally pulls it free, he accidentally throws it away. And then by the time he's ready to actually join in the fight, his friend has already taken care of all the enemies. Ryu, Jack Burton is essentially the Johnny Cage to Wang Chi's Liu Kang. That is true, Ryu. Yeah, that's a very good comparison as well. I just remember too that the director of the Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City movie, which was the movie reboot that they did, I remember that when I read that he was a big fan of John Carpenter stuff and he mentioned Assault on Precinct 13, I thought, oh, that's really cool because that movie and how it's in an isolated location inside a police station is perfect for, Resident Evil and all that. But then when it was like, oh yeah, and Big Trouble in Little China is also a very good inspiration for it too, and I thought, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. But then when I found out that they turned Leon into a bumbling idiot, I was like, ah, no, Leon's not Jack Burton. What are you doing? You don't take a character like Leon. Sure, he's a rookie, but that doesn't have to mean he's dumb or stupid or, clumsy or anything like that, So it works in Big Trouble in Little China because Jack is playing into an archetype, and that's the whole point, is that he's playing that hero that you would expect in a Die Hard movie or an Indiana Jones movie or anything like that. But when the shit hits the fan, he's not that, But he still has a lot of good qualities that come in handy as well, even though he's in over his head with all the magic stuff. So I feel like being inspired by Assault on Precinct 13 for Resident Evil was definitely a good sort of like correlation. But I think the whole thing about Jack Burton and applying that to Leon Kennedy is a bit stupid. Hello there, Zomb. It's going good, thank you. Doing a sound effects only playthrough to pay tribute to the sound design of Until Dawn. How's things going with you? Oh, nice, Zom. That's good. You're going fine. You recently finished up dinner. Oh, excellent. That's really cool. I hope you enjoyed the food. Hey there, Nofry. Until Dawn is going well. It's interesting to play this without the dialogue and the music because it really brings out some sound effects that might go a little bit under the radar, depending on, of course, how you have the volume sliders, I guess, for the music and the dialogue and the sound effects. But yeah, it's going really well. We're in chapter 2 at the moment. How's things going with you? Cheers, Nofry. Thank you. Been chomping at the bit to do this playthrough for a while now. It won't be like a scheduled game where I have specific days, but just pretty much when I have time and when I feel like it. Nofry, things are good here, bro. Thanks. Excellent. That's good to hear, Nofry. Zom, do you know what would make for an extremely amazing music-only playthrough? Here's a hint: it's one of your all-time favorite games. Oh yeah, Claire Expedition. Claire Obscure Expedition 33, and Ghost of Tsushima. Zom, both of those, sure. The Tsushima has more breaks between times that it has amazing music come up. But definitely E33. You dare say that E33's is the best soundtrack, period. Doesn't even matter the medium. That's fair enough, Zom, to feel so strongly about things like that. Um, the Ghost of Tsushima soundtrack is just such an amazing one. And there's so many great sort of like, character moments too where the music really shines. Zom, it's not necessarily just a strong feeling towards it. You're quite positive that no other soundtrack not only covers nearly as much genres of music as E33 does, but also does so well enough to make for many hits. Plus, there's so far internationally only, unfortunately, concert led by the composer and the one of the lead singers that sells out many months in advance. Yeah, sometimes there's a game that comes along too that can definitely be really good as well, and for some people it transcends everything else. But then also there's a lot of subjectivity involved. It's very, very hard to be objective about stuff unless you're completely going into something not knowing anything. Then you can kind of go in with an objective mind. But once you start to actually experience something, it starts to become very quickly a subjective experience, and then that can basically dictate how a lot of stuff is perceived as well. And that's why you get people who look at the same painting, for example, and some say, that's a masterpiece, it's amazing, and others say, I've seen better, it's not that good, this other one's better as well. It doesn't necessarily mean objectively that one is better than the other, it just means that some people respond more to one than the other as well. But it definitely seems like there's a very passionate fan base for Clair Obscur Expedition 33, and it seems to be one of those games that is quite monumental and all that kind of stuff. Myself, though, the parts of the game that I saw, the story was interesting and everything, but the gameplay in between wasn't my thing, and so the story isn't enough for me to just put the gameplay aside and all that kind of stuff. But that's just me as well, and it doesn't mean that people who enjoy the game can't enjoy it, and then I'm saying that it's a terrible game or anything. It's just that there's certain games where it doesn't matter how great the story or the music or this or the dialogue or the characters and all that kind of stuff is. If it's a game that I'm not really interested in playing, then it's very hard for me to put that aside and just experience, because it's then like, well, I may as well just watch someone play it and then skip the gameplay parts and just skip to the dialogue stuff. Zom, if that's due to its turn-based nature, you should know that there's mechanics utilized to make things more reactive and therefore less slow than you'd expect out of turn-based games. It's partly that, and while it's cool that there's things that can speed things up a bit, it's just that the whole nature of having enemies where you stop and you wait and then you have like the turn based, but then even if you can do things in between, I rather the games where you just basically run up to the enemies and you start attacking and fighting, and if they attack you, you dodge or you block or whatnot, and you use whatever you've got, and then boom, the fight's finished, kind of thing. So I rather that kind of game. So games that I haven't played yet that I would classify as similar to that is games like Dark Souls and those kinds of things, because those kind of gameplay loops are very interesting to me because I'm also someone that grew up playing NES games, which were notoriously hard. And so while I do get frustrated at certain difficult games, I'm still willing to persevere enough and go through it as well. So I'm more of the get in there and fight kind of player of games, not so much the stand back and then wait and then boom. There's some exceptions, like I don't mind the Kenway Fleet stuff, the mini game in Black Flag with the ships, but that's mainly because it's very, very quick and you can just basically get in there and finish it. There's a little bit of waiting, of course, but it's not that slow or anything like that. But yeah, there's some different factors as well, but I don't see myself spending the time it would take to get through the gameplay just to see the cutscenes and stuff when I could just go to YouTube and watch a compilation. If I'm really, really interested and invested in a game story, but I don't really want to play it, then I can just go that avenue as well. But yeah, I like that kind of thing more. So games like, God of War and Legend of Zelda and Assassin's Creed to a lot of extent as well, where if you're not doing a stealth approach, you can just run in there and attack and then boom and defend and then, fight enemies like that. Then you get things like Gwent in Witcher 3, which is very, very different because even though it is basically turn-based in a way, I'm very much interested in the mechanics of it, and I find them fun to play through as well. Zom, there can be a comparison made between E33 and Souls-likes, be it with the difficulty settings being of that a variety, wherein normal is actually hard in other games. Also, there's some bosses, such as one who you had to spend months of time preparing a build for, even after reaching max level just to survive, whose name is Simon. That feels straight out of a Souls game. Well, that's fair enough, Zom, as well. But yeah, it's more so, and I know with those games, just running in there and attacking is not going to do any good because you need to also parry and dodge and, make sure that you're getting used to the timing of the enemy's attacks and, all that kind of stuff, which just comes with the territory. But if you look at the kinds of games that I stream, that's a good indication of what kinds of games that are more likely to actually be appealed to as well. Um, but yeah, I definitely prefer to just get in there and fight and dodge and then attack and then deflect or shoot, block and stuff. Hey there, Daniel. How's things? Rod is the anti-speedrunner. Yeah, with that Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough where I'm having Arthur walk everywhere. Yeah, that's definitely long treks as well. It's funny though too because you get so used to that and then you get to the point where you've got so many missions that are pretty much close together and missions that are a bit fast-paced where you can't just walk, otherwise the characters won't actually move if you're not on the horse and stuff. So it really breaks it down, though. It's really good to have those moments where you can sort of like break free of the slow approach. And also having Arthur have to stop at night to set up camp. It's a good little break in between the walking as well. Daniel, you're good. You just watched the Super Bowl, the only football game you watch a year. Now you're just winding down. Glad to hear that you're doing good. Daniel, that's cool. I've never actually seen a game at the Super Bowl, but I've seen like trailers from what gets revealed there as well, and it's crazy amount of money that is paid to have advertisements there. But it's understandable though, given how big of an event it is. That's really cool. I hope that you enjoyed it. Daniel, you weren't impressed with the ads this year. A lot of weird de-aging and other effects with some of these famous actors who are jokingly reprising old roles for the commercial. Not to mention a scary number of ads for AI tools themselves. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too with any technology like that. There might be some uses that are good for it, and then there's some uses where it's kind of like just a very sort of like, lazy way out in a way. Daniel, thank you very, very much for the 100 stream streak. Woohoo, indeed. That is awesome. Thank you very, very much for that. Thank you. A 100 stream streak. Cheers, Daniel. Zom, well, I guess to each their own, though based on your own experience with it, you can't recommend it enough due to how amazing it is. So to you, it's definitely worth a try to see about getting it at least into another backlog. And that's totally fair, Zom. I know how passionate you can be about games, and that there's a lot of games that you hold in high esteem and high regard. And I know that sometimes when someone doesn't necessarily feel the same way, it might feel a bit like a bit of a downside from the person as well. But by the same token, too, there's definitely a lot of games that people hate that it's fair enough if some people do as well. But then there's some games where it's like, it's actually not too bad. But then again, as with everything, we all have our own tastes and things that we have like a minimum tolerance for and also a maximum tolerance for as well. Daniel, my pleasure. You're only regret because of time zones you often just lurk here when you're trying to fall asleep and can't be too active. That is understandable, Daniel, but that is totally fine too. You know, even just lurking is really appreciated, and it's understandable too with different time zones and things like that too as well. Zomb, is this the OG version of Until Dawn or the remastered version? It's the original. Yeah, the original was done by Supermassive, but Sony actually owns the franchise. So when they did the remake, it's actually a remake because they redid it from the ground up, changed the entire game soundtrack, also added some extra stuff that wasn't in the original to tie it into the movie that they made and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, the remake was done by a completely different studio that Sony hired. Supermassive had nothing to do with the remake. So they only did the original, and Jason Graves was the composer for the original version's soundtrack, and his work got completely replaced. Not that the person who did the music in the remake is bad or anything. Mark Corvin is the name of the composer for the remake, and I haven't seen all the movies he's done music for, but he did a great job with the movie called The Witch, which he did the soundtrack for. But yeah, the original game is done by Jason Graves with his score. Um, he actually did Tomb Raider 2013 before this game as well, and so there's a lot of similar instrumentation that he carries over from Tomb Raider. And there's also a few similarities with the 2013 Tomb Raider game in this game. Number one, there's a couple of moments where a main character is hanging upside down. In this game, you have Emily, who's hanging upside down, and then you have Lara at the start of the game hanging upside down. She also hangs upside down at other parts of the game. Then you also have a cave system area as well, where both Lara goes through a cave system, and same with Mike here and Jess going through a cave system. Also, Matt, if he survives up until a certain point, can go through the cave system as well, and all that. Um, but yeah, this is the original 2015 game by Supermassive. So it's been a while since you played Until Dawn for yourself, but even more so, you never did a sound effects only playthrough. Oh, that's fair enough, Zom. Yeah, this is actually the first time I'm doing a sound effects only playthrough with any game at all. Because I like this game so much, I thought this was a good candidate to do that with for the first time. And there's so many different things in a game's sound design besides the music that goes into it as well. So for this game, I wanted to definitely pay tribute to that aspect as well. In phase two, I did a music tribute playthrough to Jason Graves' score where I just had the music on. And the first phase was getting all the collectibles because I'd never actually done that before. That's an example of some music that's actually tied to the sound effect, the sound effect track. I also covered it in my music only playthrough because even though it's tied to the sound effects, it's also technically music. So I also played that as well, but I had to choose had to turn the sound effects on and then turn the music off to get that because it's not tied to the music track. And I think I was talking before about you've got music that is in a game that the audience only hears, the character doesn't. And then you've got, I think, what they call diegetic music, which is the music that the actual characters are hearing. So that's an example of that kind of music where the character is also hearing that as well as us. Zombie, I don't think you've done a music only playthrough for yourself as of yet. They can definitely be fun, and also there's a lot of music that might have a very sort of like soft element. So you might have something that goes, but if you've got sound effects going on and you've got music going on and dialogue going on, that little bit of music can get drowned out So when you just have the music track only, that's when you start to hear those little bits of instrumentation as well, which is really cool too. And it's a different feeling because while you can just go to YouTube or somewhere and listen to the music on its own, it's very different doing that while you're actually playing and controlling the character as well. Because depending on how you're doing it, you might be strictly just playing through the game normally to get the music, whereas I actually make the character do the wrong thing on purpose sometimes to get the difference in music. And when there's like a piece of music that only happens if you make a certain decision, then I cover that and all that kind of stuff. The most ambitious one I've done so far would have to be with this game because there's so many different outcomes and stuff like that that you can cover. And so I did a few passes through, and I'm pretty sure there's some music that is unique to the actual deaths of certain characters that if you don't get it, then you won't get that piece of music. But I just covered all my bases just in case. Um, Most likely there was probably some stuff that I might have missed, but I think it was three different passes through the game. I think at least one of them was all the way from the start again, and then I think another one was starting at a certain chapter and moving forward. But also, there's a part in this game story where Sam can actually get kidnapped, and if she actually gets kidnapped, then there's a whole area that she can't get access to that has some collectibles in it. So if you want to get all the collectibles in the game, you have to make sure that Sam doesn't get captured. Otherwise, you'll have to replay the chapter. And the unfortunate thing is, though, if you shot the squirrel as Chris in chapter 1, it doesn't matter what you do. You can pass all the QTEs when Sam is being chased by the psycho. But if you shot the squirrel and Sam got injured by the bird, and then you do all the QTEs, there's a final part where she's hiding and she has her flashlight on. And if you shot the squirrel in chapter 1 and she got injured on the forehead in chapter 1, and then you get to that point in the chase later on, she'll open up her wound again, and the prompt to turn the flashlight off won't actually appear. So you'll get automatically caught by Josh, which then means that you've locked yourself out of getting that area of collectibles. So that would mean having to actually replay chapter 1 again, which is really, really annoying. And you can't replay a chapter unless you've finished the game. And I don't mean like if you finished the game before, you can just go in and select whatever chapter. I literally mean that if you have played it and then you start a new game from scratch, it completely wipes everything. So you didn't have to then you have to redo everything. So that was a bit annoying because that happened to me as well. But if you don't shoot the squirrel, then Sam doesn't get the injury, and if you make it through all the QTEs, and then in the final part in the chase, she's hiding with the flashlight, the prompt will appear to turn it off, and then of course turning it off means that she won't get captured, and then you'll be able to access that area. Yeah, Lone. There's definitely a lot of I guess it's kind of like a language between, different horror movies and stuff. The concept of having a point of view shot of the killer that sometimes is the killer, but other times it's a red herring character. And the original Friday the 13th in 1980 does a great job at that because the whole movie you have the first person view of the killer, and when you have like Alice is one of the final characters left in the game, sorry, in the movie. um, the first person view of someone approaching her, it makes you think it's the killer. But then it's just a sweet old lady in a sweater that is actually, there to supposedly help. But therein lies, of course, the deceit, because that's actually who the killer is. Jason Voorhees' mother, Pamela, is the killer. And so throughout the movie, you've had these point of view shots that have made the audience used to seeing that and assuming it's the killer. So at the end there, where it's revealed to be just an old lady, it's like, oh, okay. I mean, obviously, first time viewers, maybe, but second time viewers, not. Lone, you're a fan of the Friday the 13th movies. You have them on DVD. Oh, nice, Lone. Yeah, my favorite one is still the fourth one, which is ironically called The Final Chapter, which wasn't the case, of course. But the original Friday the 13th um, definitely took a lot from the original Halloween. However, where it really differed, of course, was the kills. In Halloween, while Michael does kill, of course, they're not bloody and gory and all that kind of stuff. Whereas with Friday the 13th, that's the major difference that kind of set it apart. So much so that the second Halloween movie actually followed suit and made sure it had Michael killing people in gory ways as well. But that whole sort of like style of movie and slasher and all that kind of stuff. And there's different permutations of it. You get the slasher that's also psychological horror with A Nightmare on Elm Street, where it's the trappings of a slasher movie where you have a cast of characters that are getting killed off one by a serial killer. But the psychological aspect and also the supernatural, but also the psychological is that this killer kills you in your dreams and you die for real. And when people go to sleep, usually they feel safe in the fact that, oh, if I have a dream where I get killed or something bad happens, it's just a dream, it's all right. But in Nightmare on Elm Street, he can kill you in your dream and then you die in real life. And he manipulates the dream and knows what you fear and uses it against you and all that kind of stuff. And since I'm playing Until Dawn, I think it's a good opportunity for me to mention it, but I know that there's a lot of fan bases for Friday the 13th and Texas Chainsaw Massacre and the upcoming Halloween game and the Evil Dead game, where it's like, oh yes, we're getting these games based on these movies. And that's cool. I just wish that not every single horror game that was based on a movie followed the same style as the other ones that have come before it. So I really feel like an alternative to that kind of approach is what Supermassive have done with Until Dawn, the original version, of course, the Dark Pictures series, and The Quarry. And I feel like those movies, Friday the 13th, A Nightmare on Elm Street, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, I think they would really work well with this kind of gameplay. Because when you think about those sorts of slasher movies, you have a group of characters who are being picked off one by one. Granted, in the movies, the audience isn't choosing their fate, deciding what they do versus what they don't. But if you look at Until Dawn, you have the Wendigo creatures, which are going around killing people, and it's a cast of characters. Then you have The Quarry, where it's werewolves, and then you have the Dark Pictures series with different things. Man of Medan and Little Hope notwithstanding, of course, but more so House of Ashes and The Devil in Me, which The Devil in Me is a good example, actually, because it's about a real-life serial killer, H.H. Holmes. But I feel like this kind of approach, where you have a cast of characters, you play as each one, and then your choices and your dialogue choices and whatever can either make them, susceptible more to being killed by the main villain or not. You know, Lone, you really liked how they used it in Freddy vs. Jason. That's actually not a bad movie. I mean, it's all very, very cheesy and everything like that, but it was definitely interesting seeing Freddy going up against Jason Voorhees, that's for sure. Lone, it got lots of shit, but you really liked it. The soundtrack was awesome too. It definitely was. I enjoyed the soundtrack too, as well. I actually bought it. I remember when the movie, around when it first came out, as well. And it's one of those movies too where if you don't take it completely seriously, it can definitely be fun. But it's definitely not, I would say, a great first movie if you haven't seen Friday the 13th movies or Nightmare on Elm Street. I wouldn't say it's the best first movie to watch with those two characters as well. Lone, you too was in the CD player in your car for ages. Oh, very nice, Lone. That's cool. Yeah, it's been a long time since I listened to that soundtrack. Ryu, Freddy vs. Jason is still leagues better than both the Alien vs. Predator movies. That's true, Ryu. Out of those two that they did, even though it's not really gory and stuff, I feel like the first movie, in terms of like the setup and the location, while it wasn't 100% ideal, I still think it's way better than setting it in like a small town. And even though the second movie had a lot more gore and was more in line with the Alien and Predator movies, respectively, the setting was just shit. Like, it's like I get it, the budget might not be high enough to do something extravagant, like have it be set on another planet or have it even take place entirely on like a predator ship or something where there's an alien on board and it's a survival story about the predator having to, survive the alien and not crash and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, those two movies, I definitely would say Freddy vs. Jason is better. Lone, the first AVP movie was based on an AVP book called Prey, but they set it on Earth, which ruined it. Ah, damn, Lone. Yeah, that's annoying when that happens as well. Like, I feel like obviously there's movies that take place on Earth, and it's fine for that to take place on Earth because they're movies that aren't, like sci-fi or supernatural or whatever, and that. But movies like Alien vs. Predator, yeah, I'm not really a fan of the setting it on Earth kind of thing. 90% of AVP Requiem is also shot in the dark. That is true too, Ryu. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, no. I should have called it Alien versus Predator Annihilation. Lone, the AVP book Prey was a really good read. Oh, that's good too, as well. You'll get there. That's all good, dude. Josh had a really interesting expression on his face, and I was trying to line Sam up so that I could have her face in the camera, and then when I don't have her move for a bit, and the camera automatically goes into a close-up, I was hoping that I'd be able to get his face in the background as well, but I accidentally went slightly a fraction too far forward and triggered the little cutscene there. Ronnie Yu, who directed Freddy vs. Jason, generally would have been a good pick to helm a third Mortal Kombat movie if they were ever going to make it. Yeah, I think so too, Ryu. Yeah, he would have been a good fit for it as well, and it would have been very stylistic also. Zom, with a few exceptions, time to time again, the first Saw movie took place mainly in an industrial-sized bathroom, so you're not certain if budgetary restraints for setting is really something that is a valid excuse. Well, I mean, it just depends too, as well. Like anything, the simplest thing can sometimes be really effective as well. And when you don't have a big budget, then it forces you to think outside the box and try and come up with ideas and using what you have and trying to find ways to get around certain things that otherwise would be really difficult as well. I mean, you look at movies like the original Evil Dead, where Sam Raimi, when they were doing the shots of the evil entity in first person, zooming through places, um, they didn't really have money for an expensive, they couldn't put like a track down and what they do, big budget movies. So it was just like pretty much a big plank of wood, I think, and you had two people on either end of it, and the camera attached in the center, and they were just moving through, you know, things like that. So there's a lot of creativity that can come out from having a lower budget as well. But that Saw movie is really, really great too because the whole time you're so engaged in what's happening with the characters, and it's already established that the body that's in the room is dead. And it's like, well, the body's dead, so we don't care about it. We just care about what the characters are going through. And then when it's revealed that the dead body isn't actually dead, and the characters have already gone through the turmoil that they have, it's a very, very, good twist to that movie as well. But yeah, Zom, that's definitely a good example of using all the resources that you have, even though it might be, lower budget, but it actually comes across as higher budget too as well. And then you get movies like Alien and the first Terminator movie and Predator as well, where on the surface, it was just like a B grade movie. And not that there's anything wrong, because there can be really good B grade movies, but those particular movies on the surface, you could think and write them off as, oh, they're just going to be a B grade nonsense kind of thing. But each one of those movies got really elevated because the people working on it didn't just cut corners and go, ah, that'll do. Or they weren't just like, oh, this is going to be a shit show anyway, so we may as well just go all in. Like on the first Predator movie, they stopped production for 6 months so they could redesign the creature. And that was a very good idea because the original design, if they kept it, the action scenes and all that probably still would have worked well. But when the alien finally was revealed, I think there would have been a lot of laughter. Whereas the redesign, when the Predator gets revealed, it's just a really cool design. Zom, all 9 entries of the Saw franchise have a good twist. Jigsaw, the eighth one, had multiple. Oh, did it, Zom? Yeah, I've only seen the first two. I never saw any of the other ones afterwards. Saw all nine entries of the Saw franchise have. Oops, I already read that. Lone, yeah, and Jean-Claude Van Damme was the original Predator before they made the changes. That is true, Lone, yeah. It's so interesting to think about that as well. Yep, and it turned out for the better, not only because of the redesign, but Van Damme also went on to do Bloodsport. Exactly, Ryu. You know, sometimes things just work out like that, where they end up going to the project that really launches them as well. I mean, you know, if Van Damme still stayed with the movie and they did the redesign and he was able to be in the suit, then maybe, you know, but it's understandable that he didn't want to just, do that or whatever the case may be. I can't remember if he was fired or he quit or whatever, but yeah. Zom, yes, 9 is the right count. Saw Jigsaw makes 8. Saw X, which is improperly titled based on there not being a legit ninth entry beforehand, is the ninth one. I got you, Zom. Yeah, I think I remember you saying that the one with Chris Rock you didn't like, so you don't count it as part of the series. So I don't know if that's Saw X or what it is. Or is it just called is it just called the Spiral or something? Okay, USA. Thank you, Ryu, for redeeming that from the movie Bloodsport. It's such a good movie, that one. I mean, it's cheesy as all hell. Don't get me wrong, of course, but you know, if you're looking for a quintessential kind of like '80s martial arts flick, Bloodsport is definitely up the alley. You know, almost hard to believe that this psycho would go on to play Freddie Mercury in Bohemian Rhapsody. That's true, actually. Yeah, Rami Malek. Yeah. The first thing I saw him in, but I didn't know who he was the Night of the Museum movies. You mean you can generally see some Freddie Mercury in him here, though, just given the mustache and we're all set. Yeah, there'd be an interesting sort of like, secret cutscene having Josh just burst out into song with a mustache on. I still remember the soundtrack for the first Highlander movie and Queen's work on that. Like, talk about amazing friggin' songs as well. Um, just give me the prize in that movie when the Kurgan is turning up in New York City, as like the radio announces like a head which at this time has no name, and he's like, I know his name, and then you have the lyrics of just give me the prize. I mean, it's very short in the movie. You don't hear the full sound of the full song of it, but that's one of my favorite songs of Queen's from that movie. Lone, is it a good movie? Not had chance to see it yet. Oh yeah, I never actually saw it myself. I don't know if it's any good, Lone. But yeah, I haven't seen that one. Ryu, you know, right? And that's something that you don't think can or will be replicated with the forthcoming reboot. Yeah, it's very tricky, Ryu, as well. You know, it's a snapshot in time. It's very, very hard to recreate that because there's so many things that are different. And even if you try to make things the same, there's definitely like a lot of work that would need to be done for that. as well. And some movies are just a product of their time, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad thing. It just means that when they were made, the people who worked on them, the way that things were done, just all came together to make a really great movie. And of course, the irony of the Highlander series, given um, the line, "There can be only one." There should have been only one, really, when you think about it, given what we got. Even though the third movie did try to bring things around back to how it was in the first movie, but still. Zom Spiral is the one with Chris Rock. It's not a legit entry, but rather a franchise leech. To give an idea to what you mean there, you'll give another comparison. Mindy Kaling's Velma show is a franchise leech off the Scooby-Doo franchise. Oh, okay, Zom. Yeah, I haven't actually seen that version of Velma before. But yeah, I mean, so it's more like a side thing, is it, with the Chris Rock one? With Henry Cavill playing Connor McLeod, and ironically, when he auditioned for Geralt in The Witcher, his appearance drew comparisons to Christopher Lambert as Raiden. Yeah, it's funny how things sort of like work out like that. I'm definitely open to Henry Cavill playing Connor McLeod, and I haven't seen all the John Wick movies, but the director of them, Chad Stileski, I think, is his full name. He's the one directing the Highlander reboot, and I did like John Wick 1. I thought that was really, really good, so I'm definitely open to it. Whether or not it ends up being a good movie, just have to wait and see. Be better to have him as Christopher Lambert than for Bill Skarsgård to be Brandon Lee, if you know what I mean. Yeah, with the Crow remake. Yeah. Zom essentially tries to horn in the limelight of a established franchise, but also does the franchise dirty, likely also makes mockery of the franchise in question and or its fans. Another example is Suicide Squad killed the Justice League being a franchise leech of the Arkhamverse. Oh yeah. Yeah, that whole thing too. Like, they would have been better off doing, like, Batman Beyond Arkham or something. It's so funny that part there where Chris is wearing the monk outfit and Ashley basically is like, what the hell is that? What are you wearing? And all that. And then she basically says something along the lines of, I wish you'd take a vow of silence. And in that moment, Chris actually just mouths words and doesn't actually say anything. So I thought in this playthrough, considering I've only got the sound effects on and dialogue audio isn't, I thought it was ironic that in that moment, the vow of silence just has an extra layer to it. The Crow is very much in that same boat as Highlander, where all you needed was one movie. And generally speaking, The Crow is one of your three favorite movies, along with Rumble in the Bronx and of course the original Mortal Kombat movie. Oh yeah, dude. I don't blame you. And the thing about the Crow movie is it really sort of like inspired a lot of other movies and they have similar aesthetics and stuff. Um, but yeah, Rumble in the Bronx too. That's definitely a fun Jackie Chan movie. So I'm kind of funny in a weird way idea, but what if during times you're playing with dialogue muted, the game was time, use subtitles to comment on awkward silences? Yeah, I was actually thinking about having subtitles on, but for this playthrough I decided not to because I wanted the focus to be more strongly on the actual sound design as well. So, understandably, if someone's watching Until Dawn to see the story, I don't blame them for leaving the stream when they find out it's just the sound effects. But I've played the game quite a few times now with the dialogue active, and because I wanted to pay tribute to different elements of the game for its 10th anniversary, with the music tribute, it was a similar kind of thing where it was just music. There was no sound effects or dialogue as well, because I wanted to pay tribute to Jason Graves's music. And then with this playthrough, I just want to pay tribute to the work that was done in the sound design and stuff. Because a lot of games, use sound design, obviously, but there's definitely a lot of games where like sound design is part of the reason why it's such a good game. You know, I feel this is one of them. Alien Isolation is another one as well. Yeah, Ryu, the false alarm scare was funny. Yeah, Lone, you just watched the Highlander trailer and it looks like it's going to be good. Oh, really? Yeah, so there's one already. I didn't realize. I have to check that out later. Yeah, Ryu. Yeah, there must be. Yeah, I'll have a look at that later. Hey there, Spectrum. Hope things are going well. Welcome to a sound effect only playthrough. I did the music only playthrough for phase two. Now we're on to the sound effects only. It's going really well, thanks, Spectrum. I'm having a good day. How's things with you? I'm going to have to end the stream here, though, because even though I haven't finished chapter two, I do also have a stream of Assassin's Creed Syndicate to do, and I also need to take a break and also recharge my controller for the PlayStation. So this is where I'm actually going to call it for this stream. I'll just go to the main menu and just double check where it will put me. It should just put me here. Well, I can't double check it actually because that would close the game down. But in any case, I'm going to end the stream here. I just want to thank everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. Before I end though, I'd just like to give a shout out to some streamers I like to recommend. Spectrum, not terrible. Well, that is good that things aren't terrible. Though you've not really paid attention to the dialogue in the other playthroughs of this game, but you found yourself wanting to know what they're saying. It's piqued your interest and curiosity. It's like, What actually are they saying? What's going on here? That's okay, Zom, for the stream. No problem at all. I hope that you have a great rest of your day too. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you, Sancho. You take care too. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream. Thank you for watching. Would definitely like to recommend people check out AC, who's been doing Skyrim. Alex Mandarick has been doing a playthrough of The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered. Daniel was doing Oxenfree. Inmita has been doing some Elder Scrolls Online. Barnes has been playing through Fallout 4. Lone has been doing GTA 5/GTA Online. Lucinda has been playing through the original Resident Evil 4. Shillerlock has been playing through The Witcher 3, doing all achievements, and playing on Death March, the highest difficulty. And Shaky has been playing through Far Cry 6. That's all good, Lone, for the shout out and for the stream as well, dude. No trouble at all. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching. I really appreciate it. I'm going to be back after a break with my scheduled game of Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I'll just work out how long of a break it will be. It definitely won't be like a 20-minute break or something. It'll be longer than that. So this is my current time. So I'm going to be back with Assassin's Creed Syndicate in 1 hour and about 20 minutes. See you, Spectrum. You're going to try to sleep. Well, I hope you get some good sleep, Spectrum, that's for sure. Thank you for stopping in for a bit. For those who can't make it to the next stream, that's completely fine. Thank you so much for watching this one. I don't actually have a locked-in day schedule for this game, but it'll just be like a floating game as well that I'll do streams of when I can, and definitely earlier than my other scheduled streams as well. But thanks again, everyone, for watching. I'll be back in 1 hour and 20 minutes with Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Lone, you like this time for stream? Oh, very nice. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, last year I was doing various kinds of like playthroughs and stuff earlier than my schedule stuff as well.